Holy moly. Jesus Christ. Oh boy. Oh man, it's already been 4 minutes. I was literally just sitting here, just spacing out. Okay, let's see if we can figure anything out today. My brain is definitely not here. Let's see. Right, we're working on tools. Editor tools. Square selection tool. Why did I write XYZ here? Is there any reason for this to be a list? Is this a list? What if we do like that? Oh, that's ass too. Wait. No, no, no. Oh yeah, no, that's how it works. Okay. Tiles to right. Let's see. Rights the position to the tile to right list, which determines which tiles are to be updated this frame. Tiles to right. Actually, I think this should be different. I think we should do this. This should just be here in the world controller. Go put it down here somewhere. Because otherwise it's confusing. It gets confusing every single time. Because it really passes in the tiles to right from the world every single time, and there's no point in that. The only, in fact, what I do feel like we could maybe add is the ability to write a segment. Because right now, I'm just writing a tile. So it would be potentially nice to be able to write a count. Right? I can't be bothered right now. I can't be bothered. Uh... Now, I have no clue if this works at all, but whatever. So when do I migrate this project over to VS 2026? All right. We have some things to adjust here. That was wrong, actually. And this actually is wrong. Is it? No, yeah, it is. Oh! That should be right. Now, here it does say editor tile brush size, but I don't like that. This should just be brush size. Because I think that the tools should have their own individual settings. Which can be annoying, but it can also be good. It's one of those things I don't think there's really a correct answer. This was wrong. All of this was wrong. Here we actually need to do something. Let's see. We do have an execute action here. But we're gonna need to do this whole thing, I believe. Here as well. We're not iterating through points here whatsoever. No, here we are. Points. And so it's gonna have to be here. Because here Oh. No. Let's do something else. I'm gonna write a note. Make it so that any tile that renders from the preview tiles always resets itself for update next frame. That way it doesn't have to be handled in each tool. Pencil tool. I think we should have dictionary. Of tiles. I don't think this should need to be cleared. I don't know. It could. It's one of those things where I feel like there are multiple solutions. You could... Like, the easy solution is to write the preview every frame and clear it every frame, and then you rewrite to the preview dictionary every frame as well. So you just keep, like, feeding in the preview, and then it keeps clearing itself out. That's really easy, but it's also the unoptimized version. This action list. What does a draw tile action look like? It has a dictionary of tiles that it's drawing, which means we don't need a list of actions, we just need... Actually, we shouldn't need to have that at all. In fact, maybe we'll get rid of this. Alright, let's see here. This is drawing. I don't know why it says this, really. If anything, it should be like if brush size dot x is less than 1, then brush size dot x equals 1. If, oh yeah, look at that. I don't know why this was an if. I wish I had more coffee. Alright, okay. This is drawing. If mode equals pencil, as opposed to eraser. Okay. Is this really a good way to do this? Yeah, here's where it has to change. Here we're gonna do if tiles to draw dot try add position to right temp tile. If that fails, then we do tiles to draw dot remove position to right add Yeah. This is unnecessary and annoying repetition. So here we should just have to say, let's see. If mode equals pencil, then we're gonna do this. Else, we're gonna do that. Like that. And that way we can just get rid of eraser entirely. And we don't need if pencil mode here. We just do that. Now, I think this actually doesn't work. No, it does. It does. So we're actually fetching the tile that we're writing to. And then we have to do some stuff there, but I'll be right back. Oh, how about some water? How about that? All right. So here we're drawing. Tiles to draw. You know what? I think the preview tiles can just kind of handle themselves. Yeah, I have an idea for that. Simply make the renderer check if preview tiles.count greater than 0. Write each tile to tiles to write. Then rewrite 2 tiles to write after render face in order to clear the preview if it is removed. Then simply remove preview, then simply clear preview tiles in tool. I think. Because there shouldn't really ever be more preview tiles than whatever the current tool is drawing. Ever. That's the point of it. That's the entire purpose of it. And here, technically, I could just set preview tiles to write to be tiles to draw. But whatever. We'll do it that way for now. And then get mouse button up if we're drawing. Then what we're gonna do is tiles to draw dot if tiles to draw dot count equals 0, then we're just gonna and then we're gonna say this is tile history. Excuse me, just a second. Tile history, tile History data. That's what that is. And so, here, we're gonna say this is temp tile. In which case, this could be like this. Think. Like that. Apparently that's done, but I'm not sure I believe it. Object selection tool. All right, there we go. This one looks archaic. Looks like there's a ton of stuff we have to fix here. Well, we'll go through this. Change these, which doesn't fix anything, but it makes it be what it should be still. Mouse position, main controller dot mouse world position. Local mouse position. Editor. Like that. This is EWD. Selected object list. This shouldn't be needed. But it can be, I suppose. This should be a hash set, actually. In fact, I think we're gonna go and change that immediately. Selected objects list is a hash set. Then we check it against our ID instead, because that's going to be 1,000 times faster than doing an object check in a list. Maybe. I'm not sure. I'll be right back. Um. What is this doing? That's it. One sec. Okay. That's that. Oh, yeah. We have to check if. That's why. Then... yeah, we have to do that. No, this doesn't work, does it? You can't do this. Shit. Fuck. Yeah. What's that? Okay. We'll do that instead. And then... Accept with. Accept with. Accept with removes all elements into remove from object list. Okay, that sounds good. No. Sure, we'll add it there. Okay. Is this a vector 4? This is probably bugged. But whatever. Moving is false. Then we're gonna say if selection type equals addition, subtraction. Actually, it should have replace too. If it's set to replace, then we are going to clear selected object list dot clear. Something like that would be good. Okay. The bathtub fish. So you're saying that so here on mouse down, we should say if selected objects.count does not equal, then we should say selected objects temp equals new hash set pwd.selected objects. And then here we should say if selected objects temp dot count is greater than 0, then we should say ewd dot selected objects list equals new hash set selected objects temp selected objects temp dot clear. No. Here. How about if moving, we just restore selected object list no matter what, and else feel like this could potentially be kind of inaccurate, but we'll see. Actually, this shouldn't be setting a position. This should... This is it. This is much better. Like that. Okay. Why am I fetching a sprite? No, this is outer bounds. Think. The fuck is inner bounds? I don't even know what the hell that's supposed to be. Wait, huh? We can do this, right? And what is this? Else, if moving, this is for selecting. And then we are at here. So temp diff. Selected objects list. So it's gonna be yeah, no, we actually just need to say world controller dot control. No. Main controller dot control dot master object object master list. And this should be a for each. Wow, Samsung privacy update. Floor to int is actually not the right way to do it. Which is kind of fucked up. Because round to int and floor to int are both the wrong way to do it. So fucking bad. I mean, it is kind of right, but it's also not necessarily. Actually, it is kind of more right, I think, than wrong. There. I think the mouse delta here should only operate on ints. This here means instead of taking an object list, this should be a hash set of integers. Why don't I do this here? Here. That way it's just always done and I don't have to think about it. Because setting the position with anything other than integers is going to lead to issues. That's the thing. So the only time we should ever operate on the raw position, the float position, is in movement code when the game is running. Otherwise, everything should always be done with integers. Here we don't need to do this anymore. This needs to actually be a list of objects, not just IDs. I mean, it could be, but it doesn't matter. Something like that. Okay, this is placement tool. Okay. Here we are fetching mouse position, and that's really the only one we need. So this one we can remove. So create object. Now it takes a world controller, core data, position. This is already an int. I don't think I have an action for creating an object. Nope. But first, let's rename this. Placement. So we execute. Something like that. And then here we're gonna do a little bit here. So there's no for loop here, but what we're gonna say is if created object equals null, then we are going to create the object. That. Create object returns an object. And here we'll say created object equals. And create object adds object to object list. Yeah, this is not right. Call object from pool. Yeah. But it should be here. This create object core. This needs to be changed. Create object core needs to fetch an object from pool and set it. And I don't even know if I think that an object should be able to take a core data like that. In fact, I think like all of these should actually be not a thing. And this is actually broken. Because if you look at this, I have this object here. This takes all the difference here is that this just takes a float vector. And this takes a position vector. And then there's an initialize. Yeah. I think that initialize should take core data. And that's how this should be handled. The object should never be yes. Well, that's annoying as fuck. Oh. Ooh. This is also another big change, though, which is very scary. But it has to be like this. That should be okay, I think. Hmm. So where are the errors now? This is open level. Oh, of course. What is that? Access. Oh, there. Okay, so this needs to be create object main controller or create object world controller, and then you get the core data from there, and then we get a position. This creates it at a tile position, which is a little bit of an issue. Like that. And that should handle that. And then we want create object to not create an object, but rather object to create should be call object from pool. And then this should be I don't know why I'm bothering like having a target object. Basically, object to create dot initialize so we go here and we check. Here we have target object, right? Target object equals target object. I guess. What if we just say target object dot position pest dot position, and then here we instead say the position is never null. So instead we'll say position is set to position. But if target object does not equal null, then we'll set target object equals target object. Add to object list. I feel like initialize should just do that. This should actually take a world controller. But we do have to check if is this on purpose? I strongly doubt that. Oh, it is. It's because it's a particle. Hmm. This is one of those cases where you do one thing and then you find another thing that needs to be changed because of that, and then you find another thing and then another thing and then another thing, and I don't remember what I was anymore. Hopefully that is okay. And this should never be called from anything other than the call object from pool function. Nothing should ever create an object otherwise. Which we could check, but I don't feel like checking it right now. I want to get back to what I was doing. Which I kind of know what it was, but just moving back here. Here. So yeah, now we can create object here. Created object equals null. Create object returns an object. Yeah. So it should be all good. Call object from pool. DQs an object. And then we say created object dot we have we have a deactivate, right? Oh. Yeah, that's what I thought. Yeah, there, activate. Now, the reality is that this here already activates it by default, so we could return there. But otherwise, what we're doing here is that instead of created object dot destroy OS, right? Editor object placement action. Yeah, so when we execute this action, we create the object. It gets created and added to like everywhere it should be added. But it's also added to this cache. So if we undo and we redo, we don't have to actually recreate the object. We just hide it and then unhide it. Right. And then this is just created object dot deactivate. I think that's good. In fact, we don't even need to keep this position. No, we do. We do. I need it here. In fact, this could be handled in here when the action is created in the first place. It's a little jank, but can do that. And that way, execute is just activate, and this is just deactivate. And this would mean that we don't need a check there. It'll just always do this. Which means we don't need to store that or that. We just do that. And then we go back to the object placement tool. And then I think placing... Well, no, actually. I'll be right back. Right. So, what we need here is we need an editor object create placement action. And here on mouse button down, we're gonna say placement action equals new editor placement action level editor world controller object to place, and then mouse position. But I think we're getting tile position. That's not right. Get local mouse position. And then here, the object is created already. We just need to do that. So much easier, right? And then here, if we're holding the mouse and we cancel, we are actually going to just destroy it. So we're going to say editor placement action dot destroy. Like this, it should never have been like this. I'm gonna delete it. I don't ever want to look at it again. And here we're holding the button down. So here we're gonna say we do need like mouse position old. We need a public mouse vector 3int mouse origin. We need a public vector 3int mouse delta. Get return mouse position minus mouse origin. And then here on mouse button down, we're gonna say mouse origin equals mouse position. Mouse position old equals mouse position. We don't need to set that in. That's set here. And well, Sommerfeld was Legends of Terrestria. Legends of Terrestria is a fantasy setting that we're working on. Well, no, that's Legends of Terrestria is a game that takes place in a fantasy setting that we're working on. It's a tactics RPG with a heavy focus on story and dialogue. Huh? Oh. Can you hear me now? But yeah, if you can hear me now, Legends of Terrestria is a turn-based RPG, a story and very dialogue-focused RPG that takes place in a fantasy setting that we are working on as well. Right now, I am just reworking some old stuff in the code. Uh, but yeah, like, this is what the game looks like, more or less. This is a sprite from our game that I made like 100 years ago. And I do have some more things as well. There, maybe? Yeah. Something like this is how it's meant to look. But with the engine has built-in shadow casting for the tiles and whatnot, so, and for objects. So it's like this, but with shadows. But there are some shadows painted here just to get the feel. Early stage? It is early stage, but it's not like super early. It's more like almost we can start making like actual like levels and stuff like that. But it's like I feel like it's like this. Okay. It's like this is start, and over here is like, here we can start making the game. Let's call this like phase 1, maybe. This is phase 1. And then here phase 2 starts, which is gonna be making levels and events and whatnot, right? Etc, etc. So we're in phase 1 right now, which is working on the engine and the level editor and stuff. But it feels like this, right? I feel like I'm here. Kind of. But it's also like... I feel like there's, if we add another thing here, it's like... This is... effort. So it feels like it's like this. And then once we get past this little hurdle, it's gonna be like this. And then we can finally get into this, and it'll be harder. So that, because here it's like, yeah, it's honestly almost done, except that, yeah, I have to rework like how tiles are written to the renderer, and that means like reworking every single tool in the level editor and shit. And that's why it's like, yeah, it's like almost, but it's also kind of fucked. But yeah, it's moving forward. I've almost reworked all of the level editor tools now, and then after that, I honestly don't really know where we're at, because there have been so many errors that that Visual Studio hasn't been able to actually tell me how many errors there are, because it can't, like, it doesn't compile them all and throw them. Right now I'm trying to rework the tool for placing objects. Yeah, because it was like a minor thing, right? Because the way the game works is that the entire world takes place in a three-dimensional in a three-dimensional space, right? So you have the level and it looks like this or whatever. And I've written a renderer custom for it. Because it's actually like a 2D sprite-based game, but it takes place in a 3D world, right? Ever thought about using AI as an assistant? I mean, I do use AI to just like Google things, just coding-wise, like, oh, you know, can I, like, is it legal to do this with like a hash set or whatever in C#? But otherwise I don't use AI. It's just like a Google Assistant. Otherwise I don't want AI writing any code. But yeah, the world takes place here, and it's so you have like voxels. It's a voxel-based game, really. And I'm using ray marching. I don't know if you know what any of these things mean, but I'm ray marching the tiles, or the voxels, to render them, and the world has like its own internal logic, like how shadow casting works and whatever. It's basically a 2.5D game. It's actually just 2D, but like the internal logic is 3D. So you can walk behind buildings and into buildings, and buildings can have like multiple floors in them easily because it's just Minecraft, right? In terms of like the data structure of the world. But in terms of looks, it's pure 2D. But the issue was that on top of this, we want to have like the combat system is meant to work kind of like Fire Emblem or something, where when you fight somebody, it kind of opens up a new scene. But I want that scene to be able to handle like ray casting for lights and shadows. And for that to be true, it needs to be able to use the same rendering logic as the world. And for that, I kind of have to create like another world, like a small pocket world, where I can just put objects and then they fight in there. And then you can have like a separate light source in there, and, you know, because otherwise I don't have anywhere to render it. Like I could render it in the world, I guess, but then it casts shadows somewhere in the world and it becomes like weird and messy. So what I've done is I've just broken out all of the logic that happens inside of the world. So like placing an object now places the object in the world, or let's call it a scene. It's more like a scene, right? I place an object, it exists in this scene, and then we send this scene to the renderer, and it renders everything inside of it to the screen. And then I can have a smaller, separate little like pocket scene that is rendered afterwards, and that's the combat scene. And then we can render that on top of whatever has been rendered here after this is finished rendering. But in order to do this, I had to rework everything. I moved everything into a world controller class. So that meant I had to rework every single thing that interacted with like the tile matrix or whatever in the level editor. So like that was it. And it also meant that I had to kind of rework how tiles are written to the renderer and stuff like that. So basically an instance-based world. Yeah, more or less. So we can have, but it's more like a scene, right? Like I can have one scene here, which is a level open, and then I can have this smaller combat scene that just has like a little ground thing that objects can stand on. And we can have some characters there fighting. And then I can just render that on top here by just like fading it in and out whenever we want to show it, right? Whenever there's something in there. So that's what I'm doing now, and that's why it's unfortunately needed tons of work. But it doesn't really matter because all of the things that I'm reworking needed reworks anyway because I wrote them like years ago. So it was needed anyway. It's just like an unfortunate because I was hoping to get like a prototype out much sooner, but it's been pushed back because of that. But so this is the editor object placement tool. So when we click the mouse button, we create an object, or we create an action, and in the action, the object is created. And here, if we right-click while we're holding down the mouse button, we destroy the action, which also destroys the object. Is it a hobby project or something you want to commercialize later on? Yeah, we're definitely commercializing it. We have a pretty big team of people working on commission. But for the game, I make the pixel art and I make I code and I animate and stuff like that. So here we then have get mouse button 0. And we're gonna say, wait, no. These should all be else ifs. Only one thing should ever happen here. And in the startup as you will? Yeah, absolutely. We're also working on some YouTube stuff for the setting.
Fire begin.
Up. That's that. And that was just one series. We're also working on a tabletop war, a tabletop war game. Minis, with 3D models and stuff. And this video series was kind of for that. But we're also working on a series for the greater story as well now. Stream is for fun or to keep you motivated. It's honestly to help me focus. I'm terrible at focusing and getting stuff done. Otherwise. This should be... and... I feel like this should come before that. I don't know if it matters. Same problem here. I too easily switch to my phone or YouTube or whatever. Yeah, I just space out. That's how I've always been in school too. I just space out. Start like daydreaming or doing whatever the fuck. Some thumbnails from the channel indicate it will be not safe for work. No, it won't be not safe for work. It might have mature themes and stuff, but it won't be like it's not a sex game. But there might be some nudity or something, like, but not for the sake of it. More like if it's something, because we're making like a real serious fantasy setting. So it's only for like that purpose, if there is anything like that. Let's say execute action. Like that. That. For example, a half-nude nymph lying on a rock covering herself with a fish or something. Yeah, I mean, not everything on that channel is really for the project. No, actually it is. Some things are just like promotional art that we've made because we are funded by the community. We have a very strong community that helps us produce the game and produce the setting, and we fund it via YouTube. So at times we make things like we let people participate in funding like certain art projects, and sometimes, or rather often, people just want something that's a bit more lewd because that's what they like to fund. So we just do that because it makes them happy and it gives us money. So sometimes things end up a bit more lewd than like actually intended. But how big is the community? It's pretty big. We stream on the Bickering Bunch on YouTube, and Kibs gets, I don't know, like 70 to, I think like 50 to 100 viewers or something on the streams, but that's live. And there are a lot of other people as well who support us through like Patreon or Subscribestar or whatever. So I don't know what our budget is, but could be bigger. Could be bigger. But no, I think we're doing really well as it is. Do I need to do anything else here? In the tool, temp object. Hello, Kips. Nearly finished eating your breakfast? At least enough to spend time refactoring the entire code base, huh? Well, yeah. You know, the game isn't being rushed. We're trying to make progress and make other products as well. Like, that's why we were making YouTube videos, and it's really about creating an entire fantasy setting, and the game is just a part of that project. So the game is allowed to take its time, because the reality is I am involved with doing other things too, and we only have one programmer because we can't afford another one. So it can only go as fast as it can, unfortunately. Do I need to do anything else here? We're executing this action. You're living of it? Must be a good budget then for an indie startup. Well, let's just say I am not getting paid a full programmer's salary. It's we are definitely putting you know, we're definitely an indie startup. We're doing it for the love of the game. It's a passion product, a passion project. Let's see. So, placement action dot created object dot set position placement action dot created object dot position plus mouse delta. No, this is set misc position modifier to mouse delta and on mouse up we'll say placement action dot created object dot set misc position modifier vector 3 int dot 0 and then we're gonna set the position to be position plus mouse delta. And then we execute the action there. I think that should be right. Where do we have errors now? Now there's going to be a bunch of errors in UI stuff. The UI is my biggest regret with this project. Because I made the level editor UI and some parts of the UI with Unity functions and like Unity objects. I really regret that. But I think we'll keep it that way just to get the test out. And then I'll change that later. Because I don't want them to be that. What's bad with using Unity functions? Well, first of all, I want to migrate the project over to Monogame when I can. And I don't really use Unity as is much. Because of that, it's just like this unholy union of like my own stuff and Unity, which works, but I'm not a fan. Like, I was already using Unity before, but then Unity started doing all this dumb shit. And... I don't know. I kind of, like, I think Unity is alright, but I don't really feel like I need it. Because I don't really like using their tools. I feel like they're finicky. Like, they work, but I feel like for the most part, they're like not really fit for service more than for prototyping. Like, I don't know. I have issues even with basic stuff like their buttons or whatever. Because it's all meant to work in a certain way for like the Unity way and whatever. I don't know. And on top of that, there are bugs. And you can't necessarily solve them. Like, I had to... Originally, I was using like Unity's sprite renderer, but I ran into like tons of weird sprite renderer bugs because I was trying to do things in certain ways with my own like shaders and stuff, and at the end of the day, I just ended up, because I wasn't originally like writing my own renderer. I kind of ended up doing that because it was just like wigging out too much when I was, because I was trying to create a ray marching renderer, but I don't even really remember. Like, I think I ran into issues with like sprite batching and stuff where Unity was just sprite batching even though it wasn't supposed to in certain scenarios, and it was just like actually breaking things. But it is what it is. Things are mostly fine now, so it's mostly fine. Except that we have a lot of... Now, I think a lot of the issues here are just... sprite batching, as in, basically, the way batching works is that if you have two sprites that are identical, Unity will combine the two into one draw call, and then it just kind of draws both of them at the same time, because it's the same thing, right? But if you're... I don't really... Like, it was years ago, so I don't really remember exactly what happened, but it basically... I think it, like, broke... trying to do Y sorting in certain ways. For one. No, batching is a good thing when you can do it, but not if it breaks your, like, rendering order. Because if I have like two doors, for example, as sprites, and one door is supposed to be like behind an object and one is supposed to be in front, but they're both rendered at the same time, then they're both in front, even though one is supposed to be behind. But it was weirder than that. It was like if one object is like on the same pixel as like the door, then it like breaks the other door, or like it was super weird. But it was what started pushing me towards writing it myself to some degree. Because that was when I made my own renderer, like a component renderer. But then I moved away even from that, because I was like, I don't really need this at all. I can just render it straight to the screen. So now the entire game is just rendered in a compute shader that just draws to one plane, and that's it. Like, I just have data inside of my buffers, tons of buffers inside of the compute shader, and then I just use that to just write pixels to one plane, and then that's it. And then I just have a camera pointing towards the plane. It's like literally a child of the plane, I think, or if not vice versa. And that's it. That's all I have in Unity. But yeah, I can't really specify exactly what it was, but it was a problem. It was a long time ago. This script here actually doesn't really matter. I think let's clean this script out. And then we comment it out. Mouse controller. What is the error here? Pathfind. Pathfind needs to take a world. Yeah, the mouse is gonna need to be fixed a bit. Pathfinding might need to be changed. We'll see. Let's see if we can fix... I think these are all, like... We just add the world controller here. Target tool. I love pathfinding, wrote my own library in Java for A*. I don't know if I love it, but I don't really hate it either. The only issue for me is that the way the game works made it super hard and quite annoying. Because the game has 3 dimensions, right? Which doesn't like make it that much harder, but it does make it more time consuming. You know, it has another it literally has another dimension to it, right? But my objects also are a certain size. Like they occupy... It's not just like an object. The object can be like 2 times 2 times 5 tiles in size, which means that in order to pathfind, I now have to check for each step. We need to check that, right? And it becomes a big chore. And on top of that, it creates issues that you wouldn't realize until you have dealt with it. Because, for example, my tiles are 24 times 18 in size. So, let's say you have an object standing here. It's 4 times, or 2 times 2 in size at its base, right? So, in order to pathfind, we we do the classic, we just go like this, and then we go outwards, around, etc., etc. But for each step, we need to check the height as well, which is a little annoying. But the issue that arises when you have an object that looks like this, I need to paint a little bit here, is that what if you have an object that is standing here, right? No, let's actually say here. So actually we need to be able to move even further than this, I think. One more, I think, will do it. Right. So we can now move 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 steps. So if I were to move here, we could move 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Well, whatever. Let's say we can move here. I can put it here. And I can put it here. Let's say that this is like our max distance that we can walk in this over here. Now the issue, this is super random, but the issue that arose was that on my tiles, I wanted to be able to render it like this with an edge. And rendering this edge was a fucking pain in the ass. But it's actually not that bad if your object is just like one tile in size. But because our objects are larger than that, what happened here is that you end up with like a positioning that looks like this here. Like, yeah, you can move over here. Something like this, right? Maybe. Because you can move around this object. You actually can't move here because it's too far because this object is here. But because of this, this looks like you can move here. But you actually only have steps to move here and here. So I had to solve this. And solving this issue is like the hardest thing I've ever done in my entire life. Because I had to figure out a way that let me do it like this. So I had to write like a data structure for it that like let me have like self-contained logic inside of each path or like each section or something that I don't know. I don't know why I even brought this up. It's because this to me is like one of the biggest mountains so far, because it's basically like every tile and every edge has to be written to the shader as like a data entry, right? Like it's just like this tile needs to be drawn as if it's highlighted. And then it also needs to have information regarding, okay, which edge should be or which side here should have an edge. But then actually like deciding where the edge is and how to draw it was fairly difficult. The edge is just like the outer The outermost tiles that you can move to should just have like an edge, just so it looks nicer. But after you finish the pathfinding, and you just like fetch all the tiles that you can move to, and whatever. Because first for the movement, we have to generate like, okay, where can we move? And then we have to generate a path to that tile, right? And it's the first step where it's like we generate the range display, where this became a nightmare. But either way, whatever. I don't know why I even brought it up. I can't even explain it. I can't even show it. It's yeah. No, it was a nightmare. It was a nightmare. That's all we need to know. I think most errors here are just like, yeah, the static variables. I changed what that's called. Tile set scroller. I might actually need to have this. Editor tile brush size. Because I just removed that. Oh. My engine was specifically crafted for Minecraft, and later on I split them. And luckily it's a library, so the end user is responsible for implementing their environment. It was crafted for Minecraft. Like... like Vintage Story? Vintage... yeah, it's called Vintage Story, right? Because I don't really understand what specifically crafted for Minecraft means. Is it meant to be like Minecraft, or like was it something like some kind of like a modding thing for Minecraft, or? This is where things start getting muddy. Editor window element. Position on screen. World to screen point. We don't need that anymore. Basically, we wanted to create a plugin in order to deliver items to players with drones. With crafted for Minecraft, I meant usable within Minecraft. Fair enough. Deliver items to players with drones. Alright. Yeah. Oh, that's why you were working in Java. Makes sense. So I think this could just be like a vector 2 int now. Yeah, see, this is where we're coming back to the UI system being kind of ass. Oh, oh, I understand. Yeah. Yeah, you basically turned it, or you did turn it into a library. More or less. Yeah, makes sense. But yeah, these fucking editor windows are designed in a way where this way back, it was like whenever the camera moved in the game, the literal camera moved. And that, like, the position of the plane that the camera was attached to, like, moved us around in the tile map, or in like the tile data. So it would render something different that way. I think. Yeah, no. Okay, the way it worked was that I rendered the background, the tiles, using the plane. But the objects in the game were still Unity objects. And that's why I had to scroll around and had to move the camera and the plane around so that the objects would then appear there. And that's why things became weird with like the doors and the sprite renderer and stuff. Because I had to make like... Yeah, I remember. Basically, let's say I had two doors. I had one door. I had one door, like over here, on a building. And then... So it's on this building here. And then I have another building down here that also has a door. But they both use the same door sprite. However, when I walked with my with a character behind this building, or let's say inside the building, it would fade away the facade. But only so it's like semi-transparent, so you can still see like the start of the door down here. And then it like tapers off with transparency. But what happened was, because of the sprite batching, both doors would become transparent from applying the shader to this door. And because Unity uses like a material approach, it was like impossible to do it unless you like made a unique material for every single door you placed. Like, it was some bullshit like that. But I could be wrong, and I could have been completely wrong because it was ages ago. But that's where I started like working on actually just rendering the objects internally myself, and I made my own object renderer. Yeah. But I do think that we are gonna stop here for today. I got through all of the tools, I think. I think none of them have any errors anymore. So now we are at... well, just fixing these up a little bit. My using is fucked. And then it's just... oh no. Okay, good. Here it says 6 errors, but there's no way that is true. I wonder if we can go through this and generate some more errors here. Max Y direction. Max Y dir. Oh, it's supposed to be a float. There. Here's another namespace error. The eraser tool. This shouldn't exist. Fill tool. Yeah, we haven't fixed the fill tool. Okay. Now it's the fill tool. Oh, 379 errors. All right. Okay. Editor fill tool, but most of them are like in the same scripts. Building. Yeah, see, this is why it says so many. It's like, it's just like one function somewhere that just needs like one thing changed so that it doesn't throw an error there. And then that's like minus 100. So, but yep, that'll be that. Until next time, thanks for hanging. Have a good day. Bye bye.